Okay. And we should be live now. Gotta read all the usual stuff, but first I have received a question. Let me see. Let me open up the first two documents here. Wait, no, I already have that open. I don't need multiple copies. Okay. Alright, one sec. Let me see. So, hold on. Where the hell are my tools? What is this? Oh shit, WordPad. I don't want to use WordPad. Why the hell did you open up with WordPad? Okay, one second. Fixing. Okay. Found the problem. Okay, so the first chapter was 2,442 words. It says 6 pages. I think it's 5 pages. I think that it lies. So the first one was 5 pages, 2,242 words, and the second one, adding to that, open with LibreOffice, is 3,274 words, or actually 6 pages. So 11 pages, or 5,600-ish words. Okay, so now, hold up. Okay, I'm pushing this over here. I'm going to read the usual thing, and then we can get started. Okay, also, I need to hit window capture onto LibreOffice here. Yeah, something like this. Gotta make sure you can read the whole thing. That's probably good enough, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so minimize you, scooch you over. Okay, so here we go. Gotcha. So I've closed every single idle game and every other bit of everything again. Just me and this. This is the draft. By the way, our poll is at a tie. I was going to give this a proper title, but it's tied. It's tied between two of the results. So, whoops. Let's see. This. Yeah. You can see all of my stuff down here. I didn't actually give this. These are like defaults. Why the hell did it say game twice? It won't even let me remove this one. This is, anyway, YouTube bullshit. Okay, yeah, real quick, let's hit the poll. 40% between I'm moonlighting as a demon, please don't tell my wife, and my nightmares of another world. So that would be 30 votes, 12, 12, and 6. So anyway, since it's a tie, I couldn't put the title in, because I don't know which one's going to win. So I'll just have to leave the poll open till tonight, or tomorrow morning, because time zones. This is a draft where characters aren't allowed to have a single line of dialogue, focusing instead on movements, descriptions, and the characters physically emoting. This is the first of what I call my refinement drafts. Drafts that are... Or, yes, the not can stay. Drafts that are not really meant for people to read, but meant to polish the writing itself. Ideally, a reader could follow everything happening, understanding the emotional states of the characters, etc., without a single word spoken. And when the words are later added back in future drafts, they will be used to add a new layer to the story. You ever read anything where it's like, let's go out? and then they go to the door and open the door. Did they need to say, let's go out? You can tell they went to the door, opened it, and went out. So why say, let's go out? You could say something else. That kind of, that kind of thing. Anyway, details and descriptions are usually my weakest point as a writer. I really do struggle with this. So, even though... What the hell was my fingers thinking when they typed that? Even though this episode had very little dialogue, I still feel that this draft is absolutely necessary. I will not be able to read chat while writing. I need to shut down all distractions, but feel free to chat anyway, and at the end of the stream I will read and respond, so feel free to throw out questions or reactions or count the ways I suck, all that good stuff. And here's a link to the poll if you want to vote and haven't already. Also, these are things. What? Just because I'm a writer doesn't mean I know how to properly sell myself down here. Alright. So. Now I'm going to tuck away chat and everything else, and we can get a going. I do have next to me... actually... I do also have open the previous draft here. I wonder if I could get away with splits. I really can't. There's not enough room. I really can't split screen the old draft next to the new. Though I think it would be cool if I could. I'll have to think about that in the future, to put the drafts side by side. Well, probably not, because eventually I'm going to have like 4 drafts open at once. That's not a joke. I will actually have multiple documents all open at the same time. Well, you know what? There is a way I can do this. Normally I just use window capture, but if I go with display capture for today, I should be able... Yeah, this should work. Yeah, this should work. Scoot you over a little. Alright. And then this just needs to be... Okay, as long as I know that I can't move this over. Alright, this will work, actually. Cool. Okay. So, I have it here. I will probably consult it from time to time, though actually when writing this draft... There we go. See, I told you it was only 5 pages, not 6. But yeah, as much as possible, I want to write without consulting it. If that makes sense. It forces you to rather than simply copy-pasting sentences, it forces you to write whole new sentences. So, to start with, we're going to be describing the dream. Hold on, let's throw down... Normally I'd handwrite something like this, but, and then have it on a note. But that's because me and my physical notes... I keep so many physical notes. Yeah, I'd write it right here. Down the side, I've got Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, all this stuff for the whole story. The lie the hero believes. One for each of my main characters. All kinds of stuff. But we're going to just type out what happens in this chapter succinctly as bullet points. Sure, why not? Dream. Let's see. Second scene. Well, yeah, I'm going to call it second scene. Wakes. Woken up by wife. Introduction to Hilly. Okay, so then go to Wark. Home. Awaken in tank. Now let's say, yeah, actually let's go with the nightmare begins. Just because it's my notes doesn't mean I can't be dramatic about it. Let's see, broken up into escape from the tank, escape from the facility. Oh yeah, of course. Awaken in hospital. So since we've got no dialogue to work with, I don't think there's. I think there's pretty much, yeah. What things do we need to communicate in each one, each scene? Well, let's see. A sense of dread. I think I'd like to get a sense of dread. Actually, I should emotionally tag each scene. It's been a while since I've done this. What emotion do we want in this scene? He's waking up, his wife. I'll come back to that one. Go to work. Frustration? Draining? I'll try to make it more felt. Let's see. Definitely got to figure out the emotional beats for the home life. I want to establish that he's got. Not sure what emotion to go for there. Fear, obviously. I mean, come on, obviously. This is gonna be. We don't want just fear, 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 do we? Well, maybe we do. We could try something different. Escape from the tank and escape from the facility. We call it Nightmare Begins, but really it's escape from the tank, escape from the facility. Fear and confusion. And then our emotional state going down into that, running through it. Probably a different kind of fear. Here you're trapped. You're trapped in liquid. And then somebody's trying to smash in and grab you. Kind of helplessness there. Whereas over here, you're running around. This is a lot more proactive. A lot more proactive. Be consistent here. Use a slash. Just a different kind of fear. I don't have a word for it. I guess this is more of a panic, and this is more of a. At least you have some control of the situation. At least you can run. Yeah. Maybe? Maybe I could work some courage into it. He does do some brave things. Because he has to. He doesn't just curl up into a corner and shiver. He runs through some dangerous situations, runs towards them. He shows some bravery. Alright, let's see. That leaves us with the emotional beats when he's on Earth. When choosing a dominant emotion for a scene, you don't necessarily do that for all drafts, and you can change them between drafts. You can do one draft where you're doing one thing, and then the next draft you could decide, you know what, we're going to do a draft where everything's just comedy, and just see what happens and what shakes loose. Some of it might end up in your final draft. Sometimes you might even decide, you know what, I've got the story all wrong. It was a romance all along, or whatever. I don't know. That particular one hasn't happened to me, but, yeah. Mystery isn't really an emotion, but I would like... I'm just going to throw the tag on there. I definitely want the audience to be curious, like, what was that about? Okay. This isn't really an emotion, but, I don't know, tenderness? He shakes, basically this is, he shakes off the dread, you get introductions to the characters, he goes to work, that's draining and exhausting. He comes home, and he feels better having been home for a bit. And between drafts, you can have scenes play out differently. You can have scenes play out very differently sometimes, and that's okay too. Alright, awakening in the hospital. I'm gonna go with it should be relief and then dread from the news report. I think we can... It's kind of punchy ending with the last sentence with the news report, but maybe we could add more dread to it. Of course, since there's no dialogue, it's literally just going to have to be a picture. I don't think they'd actually show somebody on the news that's been just this horrible, torn in half person in their bed, dead. No, I don't think they show that kind of thing on public news, but since we have no dialogue to work with, they're kind of going to have to. And no, saying text flashed across the screen is cheating. You don't get any dialogue. You're not allowed to show the character's thoughts. It's got to be all without that kind of thing. So no cheating on this draft. All right. I reiterate, don't expect this to look anything like what a final draft should. Alright. It has been a long time since I've done this kind of draft. This draft will alter some details, see how it feels. This time he'll be able to just make out what they are right off, not even hide the fact that they're manticores. They're all two human eyes, open and blinking, just like his own. A winged feline. The scorpion's tail. Sometimes a human form would pass. Look in. Subject. I guess it should be obvious that they're subjects. You know, I want to mention the colors, that their fur is different from one to the next. But you know what? I think this paints a sufficiently good image for the imagination already. I can add that detail in further down when they start getting loose. Lethargically? Yes, okay. go. I mean, you guys who've read the first thing know that, you know, he's basically, while he's in the, well, you guys know what's going on. You know what's up. But for a new reader who hasn't read it before, seems a bit creepy. Oh, you know what? I'm missing a very important detail. Nah, you know, there's really no way he could observe and understand that. Ton of interesting world details but you can't put any of them in unless your characters can reasonably be expected to understand or figure them out. Observe them. Otherwise, it's just like, I don't know, he's just wearing goggles. Oh, whatever, they're dark colored. Like, well, shit. Ah. Yeah. Anything else to add? There's more things, but he's just floating lethargically, unthinkingly in a tank. And then when he wakes up, he's like, oh man, I saw some weird shit last night. That was weird. I just don't think he would have observed anything else here. We'll move on for now. Let me read it one more time and think about it one more time. It was the dream again. Should it be, it was that dream again? As I second guess every little word. Nightmare again? Dream again, fine. Leonard floated limply in a tank of thick fluid. It gave everything a sickly green tint. It's not clear whether it's the fluid or the glass that's sickly green. I assume most people would assume it's the fluid. Do I need to explicitly specify? Which gave everything a sickly green tint. I feel like tank is the wrong word. I think I kind of prefer jar. I might be overthinking it. Outside the tank, he could see rows of similar tanks. Outside his tank, he could see rows of similar. I kind of want them. I have reason to want them to be mismatched, but you know what? I should just put that in. I don't know if it's wise to put all this here, but I'm gonna do it. That's what this draft is about. Adding detail. You can always pull it out later. Outside his tank, you could see rows of similar tanks. Do we have to use tank twice in the same sentence? I guess I do. No, I don't. Extending. No. You could see rows of similar tanks extending as far as he could see. Now I've got see twice in the sentence. Doggone it. That's okay. These are unnecessary words. Other people do something called a 10% cut, where they remove 10% of the words from their novel. Man, I could talk about some old novels that could have used that. I don't generally do that one myself, but it's supposed to be an extremely effective tool. Extended as far as... That's a complete sentence. Similar, but not identical. Yeah, that's also a complete sentence. Alright. Sometimes a human form would walk by and look in on the subjects, scrawling notes as he lethargically passed from one tank to the next. Well, what? Oh well. If there are too many little details, As I said, you can wean them out in further drafts. It's always been in my notes since the earliest stuff, pretty much, that there was a certain failure rate with these. I think that gives the image of it just being limp. It should be implied from previous. I think I have to shift this forward, and I have to shift this backwards, like it is. Let's go with occasionally. in one tank or another. Right in front of. Oh, we got front tries. You know, I don't need to describe where the fluid goes. There we go. Didn't repetitively is repeating the word over and over does have power, but never is a stronger word. Never thought. You can't really put never with live. So if you're gonna get a third one in. Never moved, never thought. Never spoke, never moved, never thought. It was as if he didn't really live at all. No. During the dream, he didn't really live at all. Hours passed. Could hear his alarm. Actually, but that had no meaning here. You know, if this was an anime, you could imagine while this narration is going on, you'd have one of the plague doctors looking in real close on the tank while it delivers this line. And then he wakes up. Okay, so we're moving on to the next scene. So... Dread. I think that this should fill a reader with some dread. I think. Maybe I'm mistaken. But it's what we were gunning for, and I think I accomplished that Mystery. I don't know. Well, you can probably tell exactly what the hell they're doing. They're growing manticores in tanks. I don't think there's a lot of mystery here. I don't know that I could add more mystery. Well, can't help that one. Alright, let's cross this one off. Okay, wake up. Introduction of Hilly. I have written slice of life and tenderness. Oh, it'd be so much easier to do a normal emotion like anger or joy. Tenderness, slice of life. I don't know how to do that. Oh well, let's do it. Can't I just go with sadness or something? That's easier. Alright, let me think. Oh, boy. I'm gonna skim over on this side for a minute. Oh, wait a minute. We missed a detail. See, this is why with multiple drafts you always keep the older ones, because I mean, look at this. Belonged in the trenches of. Now, doesn't that sound better than what I wrote over here? But more importantly, the crack. Yeah. On a whole, I think this is an improvement. I'm going to go ahead and steal. I'm going to steal in the trenches and add that in over here. Wouldn't have looked out of place in the trenches of. And now we need to include the crack. We go right about here. This draft, we'll call it a crack in reality. He's not going to know what the hell it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's as good a guess as any that he could give about what the hell's going on, I guess. Ugh. I mean, he's never even seen the damn thing. Oh, man. Oh, man. Alright. And all that was scene 1. All that was scene 1. Let's move on to scene 2. Let me see. Oh, look at that. Yeah, okay. I'm going to make sure that this is tracking now. Sorry about that, guys. Hey, Monster Tamer. Strange XCOM mod. Yes, very strange. I was just checking. Yeah, I just spent nearly an hour on that. On that first scene. Yep. We are very much beyond the broad strokes here. Okay, anyway, that should make sure the chat stays present. And no, this isn't the final draft. This is only the second. Okay, anyway, let's see. Okay. Turned over, forced his eyes open, saw his face. Yeah. A lot of his internal thoughts are present in the narration. I used to do the narration very neutrally, and then I'd put specific thoughts italicized, which is pretty strong, but makes them stand out a lot. But I'm going more with the narration is reflecting their thoughts. So yeah. So I had minimized the whole window that chat was in, and OBS won't pick up on it when it's minimized for some reason. Okay, let's see. The tattoo. Yeah, scars and tattoo. Alright, on to the next scene. What, you didn't think the first draft was the hard one, did you? The first draft is the easy one. If you don't kind of hate what you've been working on, you've probably not been working on it long enough as a writer. And you might scream, "No, no, that cannot be." I think it is. Like, you start out so excited, but after you've gone through so many revisions and drafts, you're just like, this isn't good. This was never good. What am I doing with my life? But yeah. Writing is more about refining what you've written. It's a discipline. It's a discipline. A lot of people don't get that. A lot of people don't get that. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with writing just being fun, something that you just do. You don't have to be focused on making the best you can. I mean, if it's not, like, seriously, I don't even recommend getting into writing as a profession. Like, holy shit, the amount of work involved. Unless you're one of those crazy people like Isaac Asimov that can just sit down, type something out, and hand it to a publisher first draft. Just, here you go. Okay, if you're that guy, go for it. But for the rest of us, yeah. And don't worry, no matter how hard you worked, people will shit all over it. Actually, that doesn't happen to me very much. But I've heard more than enough from professional authors. Some of even the best authors. And yeah, everyone gets 1-star reviews. There was an author who said he loved to, whenever he was feeling down about his own writing, he'd go and find his favorite books and he'd read the 1-star reviews of them. I've never done that myself. It would probably piss me off. Like, no, this is the greatest book. Stop pointing out its flaws. It's fine. Everything has flaws. Alright. I'm stalling. I need to write. I might need to get a soda and drink some caffeine. I got the appropriate amount of sleep. I did eat a good dinner. Body, you have no excuse. You will now write. Maybe it's a habit from when I did write stories where I was changing viewpoints frequently inside of chapters. Third person omniscient. But I still have a habit of, not always, but a lot of times, maybe always, I'm not even sure, I put the name of the character whose point of view we are in the first sentence of any scene. Obviously, I don't always. There's exceptions. Here we have a sentence that. I'm stalling again. Came back to himself. I think Freckles was good, because it immediately gives you a detail. No dialogue. Right. Oh, shit. Where's my R? R is a very important letter. We can't leave it out. Tempted to have him wake up in the afternoon. I mean, when you got shifts at one of those places, that kind of thing happens a lot, but... Me. I don't know if there's any way I can express without words. Huh. Then we'll have to go a different direction. Instead of a side hustle, it'll have to be a hobby in this draft. Which is fine. Which is fine. Okay, then. Yeah. Let's see. Bird songs built in their small window. Usually you're told to be more specific with things, and generally that's true. Don't say wood, don't say tree, say oak, that sort of thing. But in this case, I think birdsong is the smarter play, because if I were to describe robins or bluebirds or larks or some specific song, some people would know what those sound like, but if you don't have larks or mockingbirds or whatever near where you live, you might not know what they sound like at all. But if you just use the word bird song, each person is going to hear whatever their local birds are. They know what the birds sound like in the morning where they live. This is actually a rare case where general is better than specific, in my opinion. Right, anyway. Usually it's more of a shape, but they do get painted different ways. Yeah, there we go. Checker pattern. Yeah, okay. Just looking if there's anything I want to add to the description. Probably should go through what a whole bunch of them look like. red, white, and blue. Everyone knows what that's going to be. What else would people buy? A hammer and sickle one? I don't know, maybe. Someone might buy that. Let me see. What else would people buy? What did they call those? They were pin-up girls if they were in a magazine, but when they would paint them on the sides of airplanes, what would they call those? I'll just go with, God, was there a name for it? Was there a name for it when it's painted on an airplane? Let me ask Google. No, just pin-up girl on airplane. I guess that's all they called it. Airplane pin-up girl. Oh, okay. Apparently they do tattoos for that now. There's even piles of stock images of them. Well, that's kind of cool. She's writing. Okay. Huh. Weird. Anyway. Alright. I betcha those would sell. It's very hard to avoid putting thoughts down. It's just, you're only describing things. Because I want him to be like, oh, I wonder how much that would sell for now. It's like, that detail just won't be present in this draft, that she's selling them. I'll tell you, she'd have to charge a fortune for drawing little tiny pictures of them. The simpler ones would be a lot less expensive. I wonder I wonder if no, she wouldn't be selling them on Etsy. There'd probably be some gun nut forum somewhere that she'd be selling them on. Ah. As if you can't tell from the difficulty I've had, I'm not a gun person myself. Although I do have some really great reference books over here on weapons. Somewhere I've got this massive thing. It looks like a phone book. It's huge and it's just nothing but guns. And I've had to go through that a few times when arming characters in different stories. Yeah. And I've spent like the last few weeks looking up on YouTube and just finding people who are really into guns and then just listening to them talk when they're not talking about guns. Honestly, I wish I could say I could find a lot of commonality between them, but I mean, one, be like, yes, this particular gun enthusiast is a vegan yoga instructor who talks about self-improvement a lot. And this particular gun enthusiast over here is, it just seems like anybody could be into guns as a hobby. So, Alright. I was expecting it to be, them all to have a libertarian bent at least. Or, maybe not all of them, but, either libertarian or, well, anyway, enough about gun people. Let's see. Oops. You're in a small apartment. I need to describe it now. I've been picturing a kitchen, a living room with a small study off of it, the restroom basically, right off of the living room, and then a bedroom. So that we've got, because this is how I've been picturing it, you've got front door, immediately to your left there's the kitchen and the living room. Honestly, the study is a bit excessive. Maybe they shouldn't have one. But that's where they keep their computer. I suppose I could shift it a little. Because given their income bracket and the fact that they're saving money, they're not. Maybe, yeah. I've always pictured it with that small little room with the computer by itself. But that's probably too big. So I'm gonna... Okay, couch. Let's describe this place. I did it again. Curtain, not curtail. Curtain rod. There's a rod that the curtain hangs from. I'll just call it the curtain rod. Much as I love the fastidiousness of it, it just doesn't match that kind of job, no matter how much you want it. We'll just go with that. No matter how fastidious is gonna iron their shirts or their partner's shirts for a service station job. I say that, but somebody out there, someone somewhere in the world probably does. Alright, anyway. I mean, it's also a bathroom, but whatever. This description. You have room for the couch and TV if you're going to put all your hobbies. So there's no couch and TV then, which in our day and age is fine. Of course, you can't have consoles without a TV. I don't want to name things specifically with a company and product name, so let's avoid that. guess I don't need to mention those. They'd probably fit better in the bedroom, actually. Oh, man. Okay, then. Try to limit yourself to only what can be seen. It's hard to convey the absence of the television and couch. Let's freed up space. Well, anyway. Really? That's not how you spell donut? You're kidding. Oh. Oh, I see. It's donuts. Or else you have to say dough-nut. Oh, is that so? I see. Yes, of course. That sounds like something the English language would do. Screw you, everyone knows what what a donut is. In fact, you know what? No. Add that to your dictionary, please. See, the problem is every time I get a new computer, I have to, the dictionary's lost. Microsoft Word was always way better with their dictionary. This LibreOffice program, I mean, I use it, but I'm not a huge fan of it. But it is free. Alright, hold on. I'm going to put it here. We don't get to get the bit about how he got it because we're just describing things, but we can do. Actually, I guess that is part of it. Only the character description. You know, maybe someday I should get a good keyboard. I mean, this one, many of the letters are completely worn off. The letters that you commonly hit. Like, look at the poor WASD section of this keyboard. Completely missing letters. They've worn off. Gee, I wonder, could this be the keyboard of a gamer? The WASD keys are extra, extra worn. Yeah. You know, I kind of want a keyboard and a mouse that are silent when you click and type on them. But it needs to still have good feedback so you can feel when you've clicked. Anyway. embarrassing looking. We'll have to remember to make sure that he showers in the evening. It's okay to be failing to wake up with your alarm and sleep in as long as you can still get to work. But you're gonna have to clean yourself at the end of the day then. Not waking up on time is... Well, anyway, moving on. I will be right back. Just give me one moment here. Could have sworn I heard someone screwing around right outside my house. But I guess not. Maybe I'm just crazy. This is the only Dr. Pepper we have left. Curses, I must go forth and purchase more. But not right now. Nothing interrupts the writing. Well, for long. Yeah. They did. Freaking MS Word has become a pain to get. Exactly. It's expensive. I used Word Perfect back in the day. Freaking blue screen. And then you got Microsoft Word, and then, you know. But anyway, whatever. LibreOffice functions. It functions. Adobe's become a pain in the neck, too. They want you to rent their software now. I draw the line there. You guys know I strongly prefer physical copies. I had so many people tell me I should just get the digital release. No, if the digital costs the same as the physical, I'm always going to buy the physical. Now, if they don't want to produce a physical object and ship it and give the store a cut and everything else, if they want to do direct digital purchases, it better be less expensive than the physical copy. Also, I really like having the physical copies. They go on a shelf and they look all nice together. And if my Switch explodes and I have to buy another one used, I don't have to worry about losing my account or anything. I can just be like, nah, I just got the physical games. I'll just pop them in. You can get them used. Physical copies that are used, less expensive than the digital downloads. There's something wrong with that. Anyway, enough about that. Alright, where the hell was I? Right, she notices. Yeah, actually, this goes well with him being hospitalized later. From her perspective, she just sees that he's got this bandaged arm, and she's like, what's this? And then later, like when, you know... Also, he's definitely the kind of guy who would have a med kit on hand and know how to use it, know how to bandage a wound, know how to put a splint on, have tourniquets. He'd definitely have such a thing in his house. Probably have one in his car too. I have one in my car. Okay. I give even odds that he's that kind of person, but his wife is definitely the kind of person who knows how to treat an injury. Definitely, definitely. Okay, I give him maybe not quite even odds, but there's a decent chance he knows. You know. It's shocking just how many people don't know how to treat a basic injury. I can't project the idea that everyone knows how to treat an injury. You gotta always be careful of this when you're a writer. You try to create characters, you try to give them traits that are different from you to make them each distinct and unique, but you always have to watch out that you don't just go, oh yeah, sure, everybody does this. No. No, they don't. Most people don't know how to treat an injury. Hilly is the kind of person who would. She's got a lot of the, you know, she's the self-reliant kind. if they were a little bit wealthier, a little bit higher on the socio-economic ladder, she'd probably be a prepper or something approaching that, at least have prepper tendencies. He doesn't, though. No. He's more of a creature of comfort. It's not that he doesn't know. Well, I mean, he definitely knows that, bad things happen and there's evil in the world, but it doesn't mean he necessarily learned how to treat an injury. It doesn't he doesn't know self-defense. So, yeah. No, he wouldn't. But you would definitely keep bandages and things around. Tourniquets, all that. Anyway, let me see. Back to her. Oh, gosh. What am I doing? Why the hell do I have chat visible to me? What is wrong with me? I literally said I'm not doing that. What the hell? Okay, I've hidden it. I can't see it again. Okay, good. Alright, much better. Okay, now I have to answer that one question. Steam sales are awesome. Why the hell are there not Switch sales? Like, look at the Steam sales. 60% off, 70% off, 80% off, 95% off. Yeah, you don't get that with Nintendo games. I'm pretty sure the other... Anyway. Enough of that. Back to the story. No distractions. I mean, I love just hanging out and talking and just hanging with chat. We could not even run a video game. We could just have a Q&A and just chat all day, and I'd be happy as a clam. I don't really think clams are happy necessarily. They're probably just content. Anyway. But that's not what we're doing to this day. We're still at the beginning. Alright, all we gotta do, get him out of the house, get him to his job. I think my description of his job was pretty good, but this time we're going to get a better description of the location. This is what we're doing. But honestly, I thought the description of his job was perfect in the first draft. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'll one-up it. And then we can finally get to the meat and potatoes. Excuse me, how much have I described of Healy? This might actually... I didn't give her an adequate description, or him. Well... Let's correct this. Did I? I already mentioned her eyes were brown. Okay, then. Then we don't need that detail. It already exists. Let's see. Hmm. Want to slip another detail in here without it feeling like I'm just reading a laundry list of physical features. See, it's so much better when you can just throw something like a freckled face or beautiful brown eyes twinkling in the light, than just being like, and she had freckles, and she had brown eyes, and she had hair, and she had feet, I guess, probably. It's like, no. And she was wearing a 12-piece frock coat made out of goat hide. I don't know. I'm just making up random shit right now. Anyway, I gotta get her hair and her clothes. Ugh. Okay, you get three physical details and some idea of what they're wearing, and you'll form your own picture. So we just need to get her chestnut hair in, her beautiful chestnut tresses that spilled down upon the floor in elegant, I don't know, whatever. It's more like butt length. Oh, it's fireworks. I swear that's not what I heard earlier. Why fireworks? It's not the 4th of July. And it's daylight out. People are weird. Anyway, whatever. I mean, it's Alaska. It's not like you ever get darkness to do your fireworks in during the 4th of July. And during the winter for New Year's, it's too damn cold to do fireworks. Fireworks just don't go well in this state. It's either too cold or too bright. I haven't really seen proper fireworks since I was, what, less than 9 years old or something? It's like, I mean, I've seen fireworks, just it's during the day and it's not, or during light, so it's just not as spectacular. Fireworks are cool. The prices we pay for living where we live. There's always something. There we go. Because you have to lean forward, and your hair falls in the face, so yeah. Okay, so that's very natural. That's a very natural way to put in her hair color. You don't fully get the length, but that's probably okay. No need to tell you. Yes, her hair was 72 millimeters. Okay, that would be really tiny, but you know, don't have to give exact measurements here. It's fine. What I do need though is to describe her clothing at least a little. So Let me see. Where are my notes? Doggone. I need to find where I... Ah, here they are. Hold on. I need all of this. Yes, all of it. Okay, what do you call it? I'm gonna go with, now where do I put it? Tempted to put it all the way down here, but it's probably better to put it earlier. Stuff. Stood up. What the hell do they call the things? It's like blue jeans that have suspenders on them. I bet there's probably a word for it. Suspender jeans. Oh, okay. Really? Is that what they're called? Ah, overalls. There we go. Overall jeans. Okay, there we go. One of these says it's called a romper. Never heard of romper. Alright, overalls. Blue jean overalls. Alright, there you go. What's that? What shirts he's wearing? I don't know. Well, I mean, I do know, but I'm pretty sure this gives enough of an image. Now we just need him. We know what shirt he's wearing. We don't know his hair color, his eye color, his anything. We don't know anything about his physical form. So... slightly overweight. Okay. Okay, why did I think an E went there? I also have a weird tendency to give things British spellings. I've been working for years to get that out. I have no idea why, but I give British spellings of words like grey and stuff. Maybe I just read a lot of books written by British people when I was a kid. Anyway. Because English is a tortured language, and we must have different spellings for Americans, British people, and sometimes Australians will have their own spellings. Because why not? There have been many attempts to turn this into a phonetic language, and when you look back at them, it looks completely unsightly because we're just not used to seeing words written that way. Actually, I think I need to reverse this. Okay, so physical detail, physical detail. Yeah, okay, he'll be clean shaven. Curse him. Of course he would. Alright then. That's more of a thought. Oops, that should have been tame. But I like it. I'll leave it in, because it'll probably make it into a later draft in some form. It should be its own sentence, because it's its own thought. Oops. Oh, whoa. No. Okay, he's used up his time budget now. Alright, we've got hair color. I don't think I've seen anyone whose beard, well, actually, anyway, whatever. We got hair color. Okay, if you got, yeah. Alright. eye color's irrelevant anyway. Although it's an opportunity. No. Well, because later on, as this goes on, his eyes are going to become more cat-like as time goes on, so I probably should make a big deal out of his eyes now. Or at least not a big deal, but at least draw mild attention to them. I had to mentally think, use an A, not an E in gray. I was just talking about that. His arm, making it its own thing. This makes it stand out. All the other sentences are longer, and when you put a couple short ones in like this, it changes the rhythm and it makes it punchier. I don't know if that makes any sense, but you know, it's a thing. It's a thing I do. All right, let's see. No, that's cheating. That's still putting words down. No, can't do that. You don't have dialogue. It's not much. It's just some things you just like, well, okay. They communicated. She is concerned, and he's like, oh, yeah. This is a place where you really have to have words. There are places like that. Oh, good grief. So, now let's run a quick comparison. Okay. Theoretically, we're a third of the way through. But, by a different measure, let's see. Oh, well, I mean, this doesn't count up here. I think we got the tenderness and the liveliness. So, actually, this one, yeah, we're actually going to end up with a shorter chapter, despite how insanely long I'm taking to get each piece done. Anyway, I can now check through that, go to work. This should be, well, we'll see. Here's a word I don't use very often. Holy shit, I spelled it right on the second try. Let's describe it. Oh, dear. That's the point of this draft. It looks just like any other gas station. It's got gas pumps. It's just... How can you give a description that's at all interesting of a freaking gas station that's not... Like, it's not like it's, you know, post-apocalyptic ruins of a gas station or some fancy sci-fi gas station or... No, it's just a regular one. If I made it really unique and interesting, it would make his job more exciting and interesting. No, this is a boring job. This is a very low-end job of just being a just a gas station attendant. It's got to be just a normal, boring gas station. But you don't want your descriptions to be boring. You notice I tend not to just describe. You read a lot of fantasy authors, they'll try to enchant you with their forest after you've tried, like 100 authors have tried to enchant you with their forests. It'll be a normal, non-magical forest, and they'll spend a page describing the trees and the just sounds and everything, and I don't like that. I try to intersperse my descriptions throughout the dialogue and stuff as much as I can. So, as I said at the beginning, this is really hard for me. This is my weakness as a writer, is in the descriptions, and I have a very hard time with this. Oh, gee, I wonder why this is taking me so much longer than the first draft. But you don't get better, you don't improve. There's no pain, no gain. Let's go through the pain. Alright, it's a gas station. And I can't just spit out lazily something. I have to actually put effort into it constantly, or it's, there's no point in doing it. Alright. I'm gonna have to name the damn place. And I need it to be a name that doesn't exist. It's corporate. I've established it's a corporation. What would sound like a corporation? Most of them are names. McDonald's, Toyota, They're almost all names, almost all corporations. Some of them aren't. Particularly the tech ones aren't. Let me see. You've got Shell, Texaco, Holiday. What would be a good name for a gas station chain? Honestly, I don't even know how you come to names like Shell. Holiday makes a lot of sense as an inn, not a lot as a gas station. What would be a good name? Pump and Go? A little bit too on the nose, perhaps. You're wanting most of their business. The biggest business for gas station comes from long haul truckers because they fill up and use massive amounts of gas. Truck stops, they make a lot of money. It's probably a truck stop. It's a service station / truck stop. It's going to include showers, of course. You want the truckers to stop at your service station, so you call it... I don't know. Oh god, I'm always the worst at naming things. Naming things like this are... What if I just called it Pathfinder? That's a gas station. I mean, why not? I could do that. You know what? I kind of like that. I'm not sure that it's quite right for truck drivers, but a gas station called Pathfinder. I like it, actually. I hope there's not some guy somewhere in the world who has a gas station called Pathfinder who can decide to sue me. No. Yeah, we're gonna call it Pathfinder. Well, let's go back to our t-shirt. Let's throw that on it. Actually, we'll just put it down here. It's fine the way it was. Oops. I think this is good. I think having it be summer and hot where he lives, and then he goes to the Manticore world and it's freezing freaking cold. I think that's good. You want contrast where you can get it. Contrast is always good. Even though it seems like an incredibly minor thing, I think I like that. Also, it's not bar skin, it's bear skin. It's not hot enough to burn you, it's just hot enough to be like, ah! make little... Alright. Describe. Don't just be boring, but describe. The sign glistened in the sun. No. They still hadn't repaired something. Something is damaged. The pumps? Cracked with a plywood board over one of the glass windows because some kid threw a rock at it. Okay, now we're able to say multiple things at the same time. That'll come up a lot in later drafts, a massive amount. That every scene needs to be doing multiple things, like all that is going to be a huge deal later. But right now, let's see. Okay. There we go. There we go. And now it doesn't feel like I'm just sitting there reading you a laundry list of it had 7 gas pumps, and it had 5 parking spaces, and 6 windows. No, we're getting a description that lets you picture it in your head. Okay? We know it's a truck stop, we know its name, we know that it's, looks a bit run down. Honestly, I know a gas station locally that had like half its pumps shut down. It's just like, aren't you ever going to repair any of these? So, yeah. Anyway. Hmm. There we go. Because we know he picks up the trash, cleans, and all that stuff from the previous description of his job. I think the only thing the previous description was missing was some tables for the truckers to eat at, and the showers. I think those are the only things missing from the previous description. Honestly, I want to just copy-paste the previous one. His description of his day was just good. Look at it. One little dense paragraph that gives you a real feeling for the kind of work he does. But this is a draft where we're going to turn this into a bunch of paragraphs. And then the next draft, we'll throw most of them away. It's part of the process. There's a, how's the saying go? There's a difference between a book written to be 100 pages and a book written to be 500 pages and cut back down to 100. The other 400 pages are still there, you just can't see them. Actually, I think 500 to 100 is way too much. You'd be cutting way too much out. But I think it was more like 300 and 250 or something like that. Whatever the original quote was, I don't know. But it's, I've always held that quote. It's like, yeah, write more and cut down. It's easy to say. It's a pain in the ass to do. Alright, let's see. Need J names. Your name can't be Nil. Maybe it can. That could be a name. It's not a common name. Isn't it amazing how you have a different mental image of someone named Bill and someone named Billy? At least I do. Alright, let's see. Each of these is going to end up being way too long if you don't make them separate sentences. Come on, brain, you know how to spell aisles. Isles, because of course there's a silent S. Right. Dust mop the aisles. You'll have to wet mop those later. You know what else this was missing? Customers trying to angrily return products which you do not sell. Let's include at least a mention of that. Can you tell I worked retail at one point in my life? Not a long point. I decided I didn't want to ever do customer service again. Oh, man. Where was I? What do you mean creep's not a word? It's a word. Boy, I spend so much time arguing with you over what is and is not a word. Creeped is a word. Because I said so. Now, is it the right word for this sentence? Well, that's what we're still trying to determine. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh man! Yeah, I don't like that sentence. Let's keep going. The really fussy edits come at the very, very end of a project. When you have all the previous drafts open. We're not there yet. We can leave this sentence as it is and just... I'm going to alter this draft slightly. I'm going to remove this scene entirely. I think it will make it stronger. Let's find out. That pessimistic. I mean, it's going to be true, obviously, but we don't need to say it aloud. I don't need to even name him. Shit. I need to get his title in there, and when I think about it, why put his title and his name? His name is irrelevant to this story. Just put his title down. Done. Didn't I teach you this word? Oh no, it's the pluralized version. Hey, at least you learned. Well, now you know that it can be pluralized. Like every other word in the language. Well, okay, every noun. You can't exactly pluralize the word the. Wait, these. Anyway, let me see, where was I? And now, manticores are flying winged cows with scorpion stingers. No. Anywhere. Just anywhere. Just anywhere. spilt is a word. How do you not know spilt? Oh, you're like, spill? Spelt. Though I guess spilled would be better here. Not yet. He can't see it yet. They would be wearing heavy coats, which they discard when they got inside the place and started fighting. So actually, they might actually be shirtless. Think about it. I always kind of pictured a bit of armor, but maybe, yeah, actually thinking about it more. No, here's what the. Especially from his kitten-sized perspective, they'd seem massive. There are more details about the eyes, but I can only give what the character can observe. I will be a while yet.
Okay, just checking in on you.
I am halfway-ish done, so expect a couple hours.
Okay.
You complained about so many of my words, but you're okay with lungfuls with only a single L at the end? Really? You're gonna declare that's? You're gonna have to learn these. Come on, an apostrophe S. You should be able to tell that that goes on everything. It's like salt in food. not... It's tempting just to make it a warmth. That's what I did in the first draft. But that's not how his metric system doesn't actually use heat, per se. So I need to not let these get muddled. So we need a different description of how he reshapes himself. Even if the audience doesn't fully understand what's going on here, I need to keep it distinct. It's so tempting just to go with a warmth, though. It's so easy. So lazy. No, 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 no. Maybe it should have been in the very first description. I'm going to leave myself a note. Oh, right. Also, you're done. I do have to put that detail into the first dream part. Called when a liquid, when an ooze type thing, like you know, when it drips down all slow like, there's got to be a word for that, right? Google, what's the word for that? There might not be a word for it. Let's see. Seep? Seep. Let's see. Drip. Seep. Seeped. Doesn't quite feel right. Doesn't quite feel right. Drip was better. Oops. What an unfair fight for the poor manticores. Not only are they effectively kittens, but they're also all wet, and gooey, and coughing, and just, they're in the worst position. But then again, there is no such thing as a fair fight. Someone always has the advantage. But this is very, very asymmetrical. Poor things. Oops. I really should pause for lunch. I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted. I've been very hungry for a bit now. I'm so tempted. I could do a second stream and finish this particular chapter. And just do one chapter today, one chapter tomorrow. I could. And you know what? We're close to the end. I can do this. Alright. I'm not describing the hallway. Oops. there. Hinges. Oops, not town. almost. Quadrupeds? Quadrupeds. There we go. Quadrupeds. Quadrupeds. Okay. Quadrupeds. I have a feeling I'll have to be corrected on that word a couple more times before I get it. Quadrupeds. Detail needed. I missed it in the first draft, too. covered stone, but anyway, we'll just go with this. One seed left. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Boy, we have no dialogue to work with. Well, let's see. Those kind of TVs are gone. Everyone uses flat screens now. Different tech. I don't want to describe words, but how do I describe it without words? Whatever. TV's on. There are words happening. We're just not privy to them. Be a clean picture. I'm just gonna go with a newsreader. Another British term, but whatever. Alright, there you go. Yeah, I should probably give the hospital more description. I'm gonna go eat! Oh, I've got 4 hours to get everything I need done today done because I'm supposed to be doing the same kind of draft to the next chapter 4 hours from now. Ooh, boy. I get to read chat now. Holy crap. Yeah, I like rich text format. Use that. I'll also stick it on a Google Doc at some point. I'll put out the whole series of these. There's probably all kinds of corrections that could be made yet to this draft, but alright, there we go. And in the end, it ends up being about 400 more words than the previous draft, despite the fact it has no dialogue. And the ending scene is even shorter. And now I get to do this. Ha ha ha! Oh yeah, I also need to add that too. Ugh. And yeah, probably more can be done with this. I could go over it paragraph by paragraph. I should, but as I said, I gotta eat, I gotta do things, and in 4 hours, I have to do this again to the other chapter. Oh boy. As I said, this is as I said up front, this is what I'm worst at as a writer, what I have the hardest time with. Hopefully tomorrow's will be a little easier, because tomorrow I get to bring Schneider in. It'll hopefully be a lot more fun, if it works, if it functions. Let's see. Microsoft keeps trying to have a sub for Office now as well. Yeah? Just wait till Google starts charging subscription fees for their services. Oh yeah, they realize that they'll stop taking over the world if they do that. By making their stuff free, they can rule the world. Which do you want? Money or power? And Google has always chosen power. Let's see. Distract. Too bad I couldn't see it! Ha! What is this draft for? I explained at the beginning. It'll be archived, so you'll be able to see it at the beginning. Basically, it has no dialogue whatsoever, and it's a refinement. It's mostly about adding in detail and description and stuff. In this particular case, it's odd because I don't have as much to work with. Usually there's a lot more dialogue scenes in a chapter, and you try to get as much, anyway, this one was odd, but I felt it was an essential thing to do. Yeah. So this draft is what it is. Thankfully, it's done. If I can get through the other one, yeah. Well, I can't swear that this is the hardest part, but it's pretty freaking hard. Most of the chat is not visible, sadly. It's not? Did I lose a bunch of chat? Oh no. Seriously? Oh shit. No, I think it's all here. Yeah, part of me hiding the chat from me makes it more difficult for OBS to do its job. I'm not entirely sure how to fix that. I know, I'll figure something out tonight. Maybe it's just discipline not to look. I don't know. I need to eat. So, this will have to be it for the moment. If you haven't voted on the name for the chapter, or the name for the story, you should do so, because I'd hope to name the next episode. I'd hope to give it its proper name. Let's see if we got more votes during the stream. Oh, we did! My Nightmares of Another World is now holding 44% of the vote. Well, if that doesn't change in the next few hours, then that's what we're going with. I actually like all three of the titles a lot. I like all of them. So, yeah. Anyway, My Nightmares of Another World, huh? It better not. I better not decide this was really better off as a comedy with a title like that. We'll see. We'll see what happens as the drafts progress. Yeah, we got one more of these, and then we have a very interesting draft due. Anyway. Until next time and every time, this is Hadrick signing off. I'm going to go eat something.